We're going to get started in just a moment, but if you wish to speak tonight, you have to fill out a comment card and bring it to the city secretary. All right, thank you for your patience as we swapped who was meeting in the room, and we're going to start our meeting at 7:05. City Secretary, we have a quorum.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Move on to invocation and pledge by Stephanie Otto, commander of the Jeremy E. Ray American Legion Post 324.
Please uncover. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Guide our hearts and our mind in the spirit of fairness, right thought, and speech. Impart your supreme wisdom upon our activities so that our affairs may reach a successful conclusion. Thank you for being our source of guidance today. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephanie. Moving on to presentations, unfortunately, the recipient for the police department's employee of the third quarter was unable to make it tonight, so we'll be skipping item C1 and moving on to item C2, in which we're going to recognize the men and women who respond to our community needs and when we need them the most. Often thought first responders of firefighters, police officers, paramedics, dispatchers. That has most recently, Homeland Security's included public works professionals that stand by every hour to protect the people of Jersey Village. Our public works and dispatchers have been instrumental in disasters inside Jersey Village for the past several years. Most notably during Winter Storm Uri, Public Works was probably the forefront response agency during that disaster, and our dispatchers are the first voice, calm voice that you hear when you call 911. So as mayor, I'm proud to proclaim October 28th, 2025 as National First Responders Day in Jersey Village and encourage every resident to thank these men and women who are the steady hands and quick actions, keep our city safe, strong, and moving forward. And we're going to pause to take some photos.
I'll let you go first. Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry.
And if you'll indulge me for one more time, these men and women give up countless hours at midnight and leave their families for this. Let's recognize them one more time. All right, moving on to the joint public hearing, to conduct a public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission in order to give the public the opportunity to give testimony and present written evidence regarding the proposed update to the city's comprehensive plan. Thank you, Chairman. I now call to order this joint public hearing of the Planning and Zoning Commission at 7:10 p.m. Everyone desiring to speak should complete a public hearing comment card and present this card to the City Secretary. Every speaker will be given 5 minutes to speak on the proposed update to the city's comprehensive plan as authorized by Chapter 213 of the Texas Local Government Code. All interested persons are invited to attend and provide testimony or written evidence regarding the proposed plan updates. The first person I have to speak is...
Do we want to have the consultants summarize the plan for us or give their presentation before we do the citizens' questions?
We can. I thought that was later on. We can do that now. Let's recognize them now. Pause the public hearing. Y'all go ahead and give your presentation. And Austin, can you introduce?
This is Sean Norton with Antero Group. They are the consultants that were selected to help us crafting this comprehensive plan. I do want to also mention once again that the cost for this was fully funded by a grant from the Texas General Land Office, so the city did not pay any money out of pocket for this, for their services and this plan. Sean, it's up to you.
Thank you, Austin. I do also want to add that we do have some project partners that were unable to join us this evening, but we worked with TJKM, they're a transportation engineering firm, and also Ash and Lime, who focuses on economic development and community development. So first of all, thank you very much for your time this evening. It's my pleasure to be here on behalf of Antero Group to present the comprehensive plan to you, the council, and also to the community as well. Just want to provide you with a brief overview of our presentation and quickly talk about our project timeline, what level of engagement we had with the community, going over briefly the vision and the framework for the plan that came out of the engagement process, our goals and objectives, some challenges and opportunities, and then our recommendations and next steps for the plan. So sometime in the last year, a little over a year ago, we kicked off the project by meeting here in this very room with the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee. And over the period of time, we have conducted 3 public workshops. We have had a number of CPUC meetings, 6, I believe, to be specific. We've conducted stakeholder interviews with members of the community and also issued 2 community surveys to make sure that we had a really holistic understanding of the community's needs and desires as we worked through assessing existing conditions and developing our recommendations. So we're here tonight to present the plan for consideration. So there's a process that we followed. I kind of outlined. This is the envisioning Jersey Village, involving the statement and the goals, what those existing conditions are. We did a full assessment before developing our recommendations, and then developing an implementation matrix that prioritizes objectives and strategies to align with those goals and the ultimate vision for the community over the next 10 years. That vision statement, I'm just going to read word for word here. Jersey Village will be a premier community that celebrates its unique character and heritage while providing exceptional amenities and infrastructure. We will enhance our visual appeal, expand recreational opportunities, foster quality economic development, prioritize public safety, and strategically invest in revitalizing key corridors and underutilized spaces. There were 5 goals that came from this vision statement. These are overarching statements that help support that vision, and they're rooted, again, in the community's established values and aspirations. Goal A is to encourage a resilient and thriving local business environment. Goal B, to cultivate a thriving community that attracts young families and supports residents across all generations. Goal C is to preserve and enhance parks and green space for multiple functions. Goal D is to promote economic development by marketing Jersey Village's successes. And finally, Goal E, the fifth, is to create a safe multimodal transportation network for all users. So through those goals, we've developed 22 objectives that are organized into different categories that we have presented here: future land use and community character, livable neighborhoods and housing, hazard mitigation and risk reduction, access to recreation and green space, transportation and mobility, business and economic growth, and the municipal services and utilities. Within those objectives, those 22 objectives, there's 53 strategies that were developed that will assist with implementing these to achieve those goals and, of course, the ultimate vision. I have them color-coded here on the screen that correlates with what you see in the actual plan that's been published as a draft plan. I just want to talk about a few core challenges and what we've done to recommend addressing those. So here, for example, we have the current future land use map that extends throughout the entire community and the extraterritorial jurisdiction. And one of those core challenges is to strategically use what limited infill sites exist within Jersey Village and also activate underutilized parcels. And then what can we do about the projected housing needs over the next 10 years? Through our assessment, we projected approximately 75 new housing units will be needed based on potential population growth over that period of time. So in our proposed future land use plan, we recommend reclassifying 5 areas we've highlighted here in these dashed circles from a commercial use to mixed use. And then within the ETJ, reclassifying all mixed use designations to industrial. And as an example, one of the actionable strategies that comes with this is strategy 1.1.1. Implement targeted initiatives to encourage and attract mixed-use developments along the US 290 corridor and within the Northwest big box and park and ride areas in the northwest area of the city. When it comes to livability and character, we've developed what we call the regulatory toolkit. And this is an opportunity for the city to expand housing choice to meet that projected demand without undermining or overriding the established community character, the neighborhoods that exist. There was a resounding feedback from the community that it's important to maintain that character of the neighborhood. So this provides context-sensitive design guidelines and then voluntary pre-approved housing plans, developing those resources to help facilitate the development process and augment what you have with compatible homes. And an actionable strategy, as an example here, is to review and update your zoning ordinances and design guidelines. We provide examples where practical within the plan in Chapter 4, I believe. And in this case, we use San Antonio's. They have a neighborhood conservation district that's cited, so we provide that also as an appendix. So you can see how another community has implemented something like this to address a similar need. This helps, again, to ensure long-term preservation and protection of your character in your neighborhoods, but also your parks and your green spaces as well. Under flood mitigation, using green infrastructure as a mitigation opportunity, the city obviously has demonstrated that with the berm at the golf course. The community, and not the entire city, but there is a high risk index, according to FEMA, in a good portion of the city. Approximately 500 parcels within the community are located within the 100-year flood plan, and some of those include parks. And so, for examples here, we have 2 strategies to adopt a rainwater harvesting at municipal facilities to demonstrate the city's commitment to sustainable stormwater infiltration reduction, and then also fiscal responsibility. And then an additional strategy is to strengthen the partnership with the Harris County Flood Control District through collaborations and joining programs. As it relates to streets and mobility, I do have a map that we've included in the comprehensive plan. This heat map illustrates collision areas within the community, and you can kind of see there's key corridors, Jones Road, for example, where there are a lot of collisions. So infrastructure gaps and the safety imperative. When it comes to that, local connectivity is impeded by some gaps throughout your transportation network, but particularly with pedestrian and bike networks. So there are also those crash hotspots I just referenced. Again, here on the screen you can see those. So 2 example strategies. One is adopting a complete streets policy that helps guide existing and future development. And then second one, creating and implementing a Vision Zero safety action plan to help reduce those friction points in your transportation network. As far as business growth, economic development, there's a lot of different ways that the city can approach that. And what we recommend is a balanced strategy that augments targeted recruitment. So there's some incentives that the city offers to new businesses, but nurturing the potential there by leveraging the assets that you have. This approach emphasizes an organic growth. It supports your small and mid-sized businesses. It fosters quality of life that attracts residents and investments. It does, again, identify overlooked resources, those underactivated or underutilized, rather, sites in the area can be activated. And then connecting local businesses and residents to available support. So a strategy example here that we provide is to establish a centralized entity, such as a business and development navigator role within the city, as a central point of contact to support local business growth, be that entity that serves as a liaison, if you will, through the process and streamlining development guidance. As far as next steps are concerned, we do also include a chapter that's fully dedicated to implementation. So within this, we created an implementation matrix to serve as a roadmap for implementing all of the actions. And within this matrix, we've prioritized. There is a column that illustrates the timeline approximate. So whether it's short-term or long-term, capital improvement project would be considered long-term. We defined some metrics that can be used to gauge the effectiveness and the progress in implementing these projects. And then also identifying responsible parties within the city, departments, and then costs. Where applicable, we can include some approximate dollar numbers, but otherwise we use a symbology where $1 sign is a lower cost and $3 signs is a higher cost. And then finally, on this matrix, we do identify funding sources and mechanisms that will help cover the cost of that. Where possible, grants. Some of these will be self-funded, of course. But we do want to make sure that we provide a number of resources that could be considered for implementation here. So we've got the implementation matrix. The other side of that coin is, again, the accountability component, monitoring your progress, monitoring what it is that you're doing. This plan is developed on a 10-year timeline horizon. So the last plan the city had adopted in 2016 was updated in 2020, and you made significant progress at implementing the projects from that. What we will do as consultants at no cost to the city is come back every year on the year for 5 years to hold a workshop with city staff, city council, to talk about what we've done over the last year. And is there a need to make any revisions to the plan, to update it? Are there any objectives that we feel we don't want to pursue anymore? Have conditions changed to warrant us adding additional ones. So we will take all of that information and synthesize it into an addendum that can be considered an update to the comprehensive plan. And that keeps the plan a living document. Again, every year we'll come back for that. And I know, again, the city does provide reports on progress in implementing these. So this is just kind of a culmination of that. After a year or so, would come back next October, for example, assuming there was adoption of this plan today.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions in the presentation?
I don't have any questions as much as I wanted to have make a comment. Is that sorry, take me a second to read my notes. I wanted to say that this would be the third one of these, like the second update after the original one that I've witnessed. I just wanted to say I'm highly impressed with the actionable items that you guys have provided versus what we've seen in the past. So I just wanted to say it's great.
Thank you.
I enjoy seeing it.
Thank you. Any other questions I can take?
I don't have a question, but I also want to add a comment. For those at home who don't know what extensive things have gone into this, they've had surveys, a couple surveys, 3 public meetings, stakeholder interviews, local business interviews, longtime residents, and so local advocacy groups and religious leaders. So this is not just them. This is the heart of Jersey Village, like the pillars who have been here for 40 plus years with this group, really, really investing in this. And so I do want to add that little component of what really has gone into this in the background.
And thank you. I do want to add to that, just to put some numbers there. There were about 250 responses to the first survey and almost as many on the second. And through both of those surveys, we started by qualifying the respondents, asking, are you a resident that lives here? So we wanted to make sure, and the CPUC really wanted to make sure also that the feedback that was used to inform those priorities was truly coming from people who lived here or reported to have lived here in Jersey Village.
I think overwhelmingly in anything we've ever done, like in the last 15 years I've lived here, has been about how we are this small town culture. And so the fact that you have like this whole group of people who have been here for 3 decades as part of your focus group, I think speaks volumes to like what this really represents. And like, I appreciate that.
I know that there's a draft as part of the council packet, which is probably 12 different clicks on the internet to get to, but also there's a website as well, right?
Correct, yes. JerseyVillageJourney.org is the project website that we established at the beginning of this process. There is a link, as soon as you load the page, at the very top of the page, there's a link that you can access, anybody in the community can access that draft plan. That project website, I do want to make a note, is going to be maintained and updated and through the process where we're involved. So if over the next 5 years, that will be there. If there are addenda that are issued, we will make sure that's published there. If there are meetings that are coming up, we'll make sure that information is published there.
Appreciate that. I think that's a great place for people to go get resources, information, and easily find the plan as it exists. And once again, as you said, it's very important to hold the city accountable. A lot of volunteers, many of whom are in the audience tonight, spend a lot of time interacting with the team and helping form this. So it's important for them to know that these plans are being enacted, and if not, know why and why that, if the vision has changed or something. So,
correct.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Seeing no other, I'm going to restart the public hearing. Now call to order this joint public hearing with the Planning and Zoning Commission at 7:29 p.m. Everyone desiring to speak should complete a public hearing comment card, present the card to the City Secretary. Every speaker will be given 5 minutes to speak on the proposed update to the city's comprehensive plan as authorized. Chapter 213 of the Texas Local Government Code, and all interested parties are invited to attend, provide testimony or written evidence regarding the proposed plan update. First comment is from Jim Fields.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. My name is Jim Fields. I live at 16413 St. Helier. I just want to say economic development, to help it grow organically, is you want to see businesses swamp here. I know they worked hard on it. Just drop it 25 cents on the sales tax. Instead of taking in 2 cents, take in 175. You'd have every office or every building just packed. Also, great police and fire department helps it. We already have that. Good infrastructure, we need to still work on that. Lower sales taxes, I already said that. Property taxes too, lower those. And again, they'll come here just lining up to do business here. And of course, a smaller city budget. But one thing that is I looked at a little bit, that is a huge undertaking. These people worked very hard on it, and I thank them for it. But they mentioned duplexes, triplexes, and quadplexes as being missing in the housing. And I hope we're not going to take that in consideration to have that part of the quote-unquote affordable housing in the city. Thank you very much.
Hey, Jim. I agree. I know personally I'm not looking for any additional duplex, quadplex. I will note you mentioned that reducing our sales tax would draw business. The state of Texas has a maximum sales tax of 8.25%. If the city of Jersey Village were to remove any portion of our 2 cents that we take, the following election, Metro or another district will grab that. Praise the 4 founders of Jersey Village and the previous councils who recognized that Metro was going to create a sales tax to fund them, and instead they grabbed that sales tax for the city of Jersey Village. That is the reason that your police department is as effective as it is. There is no way that we'd be able to fund that through our budget. Our additional sales tax is what keeps our area so safe. Next is Carlos Gutierrez.
Good evening. I don't think I'm talking about this.
That's fine. I think you just grabbed the wrong card and not a problem. Or is this for the next public hearing? And Jason Driscoll, I'm going to assume, is also for the next public hearing. Okay. There being no one else to speak, I now close this joint public hearing concerning the proposed update to the city's comprehensive plan as authorized by Chapter 213 of the Texas Local Government Code. All interested parties are invited to attend, provided there's not an additional public hearing.
We do have a second public hearing for item number 2.
Yes, but that's for the zoning. This talks about a comprehensive plan, another comprehensive plan.
Oh, no, that was the only.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to close that public hearing and move on to D2. Chairman Faircloth, I believe we still have a quorum. I now call to order this joint public hearing for the Planning and Zoning Commission at 7:34 p.m. Everyone desiring to speak should complete a public hearing comment card and present it to the City Secretary. Each speaker will be given 5 minutes to present information concerning the application of Sienna Woost, filed on behalf of Houston Developments Enterprise, LLC, requesting a zoning amendment change for Zoning District J, 3rd Business District, to allow for pet grooming and pet daycare as permitted use with conditions.
Mayor, I think Ms. Wost was supposed to be here for a presentation. Oh, I didn't see you. She does have a brief little presentation.
Then we'll recognize her first.
Good evening. I'm Senna Wost. I'm here actually with additional members of Friend and Companion. I'm a co-owner, and we have everybody here. Again, we're asking, I guess, for consideration for some different changes here. We have. Am I able to? Okay, thank you. All right. This is the former Bank of America building, 8200 Jones Road. And as you can see here, it's located on close to an acre corner lot here at 8200 Jones Road. And what's nice about it, it has some, a lot of acreage almost, and there's buildings that are not in close proximity. And so part of what was attractive to this location was that it had the space and it had the ability to kind of have its own area. What we're really about, let me just go back to this. We provide a multi-service teaching academy, pet care facility, as well as pet supplies. We have, again, hands-on training for grooming professionals that are aspiring to be groomers. We have a full-service grooming salon staffed with multiple groomers. We also provide mobile grooming and even a chauffeur pet service. We also have doggy daycare, which is mainly for daytime care, as well as some boarding and other enrichment activities like training. So again, we're looking to have a safe, clean, climate-controlled boarding facility with individual pet suites. And the original building in which we're looking at already has that layout. It already has the initial suites. It has the square footage. It also has, what we really liked was the insulation and bulletproof glass encasings that kept, of course, it safe and soundproof and a lot of other features that were really nice. And then also to have that green space to be able to use, as well as the parking lot to do different things. So that's a little bit about us and what we're looking to do. We are, very committed to this community, and it was, Jersey Village is a great place to be, and and that was another consideration coming here. We've been in business for over 35 years, consistently maintaining a 4.6 Google rating. We have the #1 ranked grooming school in the Houston area, and we are active in the community and business partnerships. And we have a current location off of Fairbanks, North Houston, and that's where we've been for 35 years. In fact, we have a lot of current clients that live in Jersey Village as well. So I know that they were looking forward to us being a little bit closer. We do partner with local animal rescue organizations, SPCA, as well as vet hospitals, and so we've had a long-standing dynamic there that's really, mutually beneficial to everybody. Again, we're trying to, provide a high-quality professional grooming, training, daycare, boarding services to this area. Again, we're looking also to increase local community employment opportunities, career-based education, and of course, with that, we are able to generate tax revenue, draw visitors who support nearby hotels, restaurants, veterinary clinics, and retail stores. We have students that come from all over to take our classes. And when I say classes, they're very small. They're almost anywhere from 1 to 5 students. And so we keep, it's not like we're going to have a high-volume school with lots of people, but we will have a focused area on that. And of course, we provide animal welfare, health, and safety. Our background, all of us, we've worked in vet hospitals for at least, 40, 50 years. So a lot of us have a technician background. I personally used to work in veterinary pharmaceutical sales, so we have a lot of science background, and we know the importance, obviously, of the vaccine and health and safety there. And so we really look forward to partnering with neighboring vet hospitals, So, again, we're here to help preserve the quality of life in the surrounding area and also, provide a service that I think would be really beneficial to everybody. So I think that's about it. Anybody else? Thank you.
Does anybody have any comments or questions for presentation?
I love it. I appreciate the Google rating and the amount of years you've been in the business. And when I consider these special requests for zoning, I always think about, is it something in the community that we really are missing? And I feel like this ties in really well with the culture of JV, our dog parks that we've invested a lot in. So I really think this will be a good addition to us, and also that poor Bank of America is just going to sit there otherwise. So I think, thank you.
One question with respect to the overnight boarding. When that occurs, do you have staff that's there overnight, or do you have what precautions are taken so that basically if it's a dog in distress and it's not disturbing neighbors, etc., either soundproofing and or staffing to accommodate that.
Correct. No, for any overnight stays, we will have somebody on site. And if you're familiar with that building, there's actually a little separate area within, if you immediately go into the building, it almost has like its own AC and living quarters. And I imagine it was some sort of police station that was there to protect that vault. So we have that area that we had planned, and we actually have some staff that would be able to do that. So we're looking at making sure that we have staff there 24/7, because obviously with any animal and living entity, they need that supervision. So
is the board aspect, is it more the exception rather than the rule?
So again, we're focusing on the doggy daycare part, right? And then as the need for boarding, right, develops, we have to take that into consideration. Obviously, what they're looking for as far as, boarding. Do they want their own suite? Do they want their own, areas? So there's different things. I can tell you that there will not be any animals left unsupervised. Anything that is going out of the building, we had planned and talked about doing a fenced-in area right off this back door that would be kind of centered behind the main front, and also it's I'm trying to see if this pointer will work. So basically, if you right behind this area, there's a little tree foyer area, and that is where we were going to have, and there's a door that leads immediately out there. So we were going to have basically any animals brought out, they would be supervised, and then they would be taken back in. So that's the plan for that. Again, we're also mindful of whether people, places. I don't know that. We're definitely not planning on having dogs out there running loose, barking, and being crazy all the time. That's not what we've ever done, and that's really what we're trying to do. So yes, they'll be coming in, out. We may have some trainers actually on site to help also. So some of these animals that might be problematic, might be barking or whatnot, we're actually going to provide a training package for them while they're there, almost like a little doggy boot camp. So we have that as an option also too. So
okay, thank you.
I think that was mostly my concern looking at this project. Who knew 20 years ago when I walked through every single building in the city that intimate knowledge of every building would come in handy. There's not a lot of opportunity for an outdoor yard here, but it does sound like you planned on building a fenced-in area. How are you going to mitigate noise? I know that's going to be a concern. It sounded like I was hopeful that overnight boarding was just an exception, as Councilmember Hughes put. It does not appear that way. Can you speak more on that?
So as far as the overnight boarding, again, we're not going to have any dogs that are going to be outdoor boarding. So they're not even during the day. So So I guess as far as, and also looking at the square footage, we have limited spacing for that. So if they're not going to be outside, then there's limited inside. Our focus truly is on the doggy daycare, and that's why we provide the chauffeur service, so that we can literally help assist people that needing their animals to have social interaction with other dogs during the day, and that's our main focus. As far as a boarding opportunity, it definitely, if it's something that needs to have limitations, obviously, because of sound restrictions and all that, then that, yes, we'll take that into consideration and open to whatever y'all were thinking and concerns, of course. So, but we're not going to have full-time dogs outside. The other thing is, again, the soundproof building. That building is, the walls and the insulation. We've worked in vet hospitals, right, where we've had numerous dogs in there, whether they're staying for the hospital or for boarding, in a strip center where the walls are thin, and even over historically, we've never had any noise complaints, and that was even running a full-time vet hospital and boarding. We boarded through the holiday season and whatnot. So, and again, those animals were taken out one or two at a time. They were never left out. So, and we were in the middle of West University, so we had a lot of opportunities that could have been noise issues, and it was never that way. And that was when we were packed with animals in the vet hospital. So here that was never and cannot be the intention, just we don't have the square footage for that. So, but the building really is the most soundproof building I've ever encountered, to be honest. And I work in a junior high middle school, so.
And really, there's not a lot of houses that are really in close proximity to that. They've got that little cul-de-sac that's got maybe, 10 houses right here. And then really you've got Harbor Freight and the strip center. And like the couple, maybe 500-600 feet away from it. So I think it will be a good fit.
All right. No other comments or questions. We're going to move to the first speaker, Carlos Gutierrez.
Hi. Thank you, Council, for listening to me. My name is Carlos Gutierrez. I live at 3 Parkway Place, directly behind where this facility is to be, if allowed to have their business. I've been a resident of Jersey Village now for almost, since 1995 is when I moved into 3 Parkway Place. My kids were raised there. I have been there and watched the city grow the way it has and how it's been able to maintain its character and so on and so forth. But I don't think that a facility at this location would really work, in my personal opinion, just because of the things that may come about. Once you change the zone to allow for pets, it's there forever. You don't get to remove it. So if this facility, for whatever reason, falters and doesn't continue doing business there, now we've allowed another type of pet business to come in, and now they won't have to come in front of this council to talk and plead their case. So with that being said, there's a reason why this was zoned the way it was, and I don't think that it should change its zoning.
Thank you, Mr. Gutierrez. I am going to speak on one topic there. This is for a specific use permit, which is specific.
No, Mayor. It's permitted use with conditions.
So this would change the zoning, but people would have to come in back for a specific use permit in order to do this there. So it would be a two-step process. Tonight would allow it in the zoning, but you'd have to come back for a specific use purpose to actually do it later on.
Okay, that's why I went with specific use. I was like, I know it was part of it. So I think you bring up a very valid concern. In this case, we will be amending the ordinance to allow for a specific use permit, which is limited to that business. So any future pet business would have to go through not the same process, because they could skip this part, but they would go through the specific use permit, in which they would have to prove up certain things. And I believe that we can also limit noise in that specific use permit later on. Mr. Jason Driscoll.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Jason Driscoll. I am a resident of Park at Jersey Village. I live at 4 Parkway Place. Have resided there for 22 years. My family has been longtime residents of the city of Jersey Village for over 50 years. Like my neighbor Carlos has mentioned, I too am in opposition to the zoning change that's being presented here to City Council. There is high concern in regards to the noise. In hearing the presentation from the property or from the owners that are requesting the zoning change, I'm hearing a lot of what ifs. We're not exactly sure. These things may be coming into the future in terms of additional services that they may be offering to their clients and customers. As residents of the Park at Jersey Village, we are a very small community within the city of Jersey Village, and we rely on City Council to protect our interests of what we own there in the park. Currently, we do have some businesses that are around us that where the businesses have shut down. The improvements are sitting vacant. And so there is concern about additional businesses that may be allowed to come into this area that will affect the value of our homes. We are not protected like many of the other residents in the city of Jersey Village, where they are on the interior portions of the city of Jersey Village. We, the Park at Jersey Village, sit on the outside of the city limits. And so it is imperative for us to be able to protect ourselves in terms of our property values and the businesses that come in around us and the businesses that could potentially affect the values of our homes going forward. So I would like to request from the City of Jersey Village and Council that the zoning change not be allowed in order to just protect our interests in our properties and our homes that we have, that this zoning ordinance was not in place when we purchased our homes and has not been in place since the park was developed. So we would like to, again, I'd like to request that this be denied. Thank you.
Thank you. And with no one else desiring to speak, and I'll close this joint public hearing concerning the application of Sienna Woost. Yes. Oh. Did you want to speak on this one, Mr. Barhurst? Yeah, 8200 Jones. Okay. And I'll call Warren Barhurst.
Thank you all for letting me talk. I actually own the 3 buildings next to the bank. I looked at purchasing the bank to redevelop it into our property. We currently have a request to replat our buildings into condo units so that we can attract better businesses. We tried to sell the complex when our business outgrew that space, and we didn't like the people who looked at it. I also was a longtime resident of Jersey Village. I worked very hard to make those buildings fit the neighborhood behind it so they wouldn't be tall and all the things that you could do. I could have built a multi-story building there, and I didn't want to do that to the neighborhood because I've lived here, post-elementary, Dean Junior High, and Jersey Village High School. The bank building, I thought I was going to learn about them building a new building there, which would be somewhat attractive to the neighborhood, but that facility is a bank. It's not a dog. There's no place for the dogs to poop. There's no place for the dogs to pee. I've worked there for 26 years. I would recommend that you guys reconsider it till a full study's done on how they're going to use the facility and make that work for the neighborhood. Thank you.
Sir, what's your name again? I didn't get that.
My name is Warren Barhurst.
And are you a Jersey Village resident?
No, sir. I own the buildings next door to it.
Okay.
I used to be a resident. When our kids left the house, we downsized.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, there being no one else desiring to speak, I now close this joint public hearing concerning the application of Sienna Woost filed on behalf of the Houston Developments Enterprises, LLC, requesting a zoning amendment change for zoning District J, 3rd Business District, to allow pet grooming, pet daycare as permitted use with conditions at 7:53 p.m. The Planning and Zoning Commission is dismissed to continue their meeting in the executive session meeting room.
But to briefly clarify real quick, as the ordinance is the draft is currently written, there's not a specific use permit process.
Mr.
involved.
Faircloth?
No, they're still in the room. It's fine.
Just to make sure he heard that.
Yeah. The current draft of the ordinance is a permitted use with conditions. There isn't a specific use permit process involved. It could be, if that's what council's pleasure and P&Z's pleasure is, but as currently drafted, it's a conditional use. It's a permitted use with conditions.
Thank you for that clarification. That does make a difference. Okay, moving on to citizen comments. Citizens who have signed a card or wish to speak to City Council will be heard at this time in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, unless subject matter of the comment is on the agenda. The city staff and City Council members are prevented from discussing the subject and may respond only with statements of factual information or existing policy. Citizens are limited to 5 minutes for their comments to City Council and Mayor. And first is Mike Turigian.
Siri, set a timer for 5 minutes. Yeah, it didn't work. Michael Terigian, 8325 Gill Street. I'm here to talk about the bond proposals that are being proposed and voted on currently. I have a long speech. I'm going to kind of cut it short. It seems like things have gotten completely turned around in the city. It is not up to the voters to have to acquiesce to the government. The government works at the behests of the voters. And we have voted and voted and voted against proposals, and they continue to be repackaged and represented to us. First it was $18 million for the pool, then it was $10 million for the pool. I think at the last meeting I said we had gotten some feedback that people were okay with a $3 to $5 million pool. Now we have a proposal for a $6.5 million pool. When we allow government to make decisions, we get a lot of bad decisions. Drew, I'm not going to go into what you posted online. I will just say I believe it was inappropriate. You're not a private citizen. You should not have used your platform, private or not, to push the bonds. You said it was illegal to do it, and then you turned around and you did it. I think it was a very bad decision on your part. I won't go through the whole scenario. The city did the same thing. The city, you mentioned in your post that it was illegal for the city to push the bonds. But all the city has done is push a campus that can't be built without bonds. So de facto, the city is violating the law and pushing the bonds. Can't build it any other way. We don't have the money to build it unless we get the bonds approved. So by the city continually spitting out information, a lot of it incorrect, they are promoting the bonds. There have been many votes on city halls and pools. And we have had an opportunity to fund those things through and have spent the money on other things. We built an expensive clubhouse for the golf course. We could have used those same monies to build a reasonable pool and to revamp City Hall. We chose to spend a lot of money on the golf course. A golf course that I learned recently only breaks even at 100% of usage. So if it's, I was told differently, Michelle, but it does not cash flow until it's at 100% of capacity. There's a failure to listen to voters. There's a failure to set appropriate priorities, and there's a failure to spend money wisely. We had an opportunity to buy the building on Dillard Drive, and that would have been a much more appropriate sized building at a much more reasonable cost than the church. Drew, you mentioned something in your post about what a great deal this building was, that we bought the church property low at $4.2 million instead of the $5.099 they were asking. I would argue with you that there is no commercial value to the buildings you bought. I don't believe any business, knowing that those buildings needed $20 million worth of renovations, mold abatement, asbestos abatement, would have ever stepped in and purchased those buildings. It would be worth more as flat land because you wouldn't have to pay the money to demolish them.
That's 5 minutes, Mr. Terigian.
Is that 5 minutes? Okay. I'll post the rest of this.
Is the city attorney available?
He's in the planning and zoning. We can bring him back if you like.
I have a question for him.
Go for it. No, thank you.
Mr. City Attorney, I am not up for re-election. I'm termed out, but other people on this dais would be in the near future. If they were to run again, are they allowed to post in a political capacity and campaign, even though they're on the dais and represent the city? I mean, not from here, but on social media in an capacity not official. Can politicians campaign outside their official office?
Yes.
Can people who hold political office outside their political office campaign for an initiative they would like to see? So, for example, Mr. Cherigian said that I was doing something illegal when I posted about the bonds outside of my official capacity.
In your individual capacity?
In my individual capacity
there's no
on a
problem
political
whatsoever.
website. I'm sorry?
There's no problem whatsoever with that. The prohibition on what's called electioneering is the city, and the city's voice is accentuated through city council. So when the city acts, the city could not go out and take a position one way or another on a ballot measure. But there is nothing that would prohibit a council member in their individual capacity from doing that. It's just it's a simply enough boils down to a First Amendment issue.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify as well. If the city, in its capacity, wanted to use its platforms to clear up disinformation on an agenda or on an item or an initiative, are they allowed to do so?
Yeah, they can prevent factual information to better explain the ballot measure.
So they are allowed to fact check people spreading disinformation and misinformation purposely?
Correct.
Thank you.
And it's in the people's interest that we do so.
Jim Fields.
Did you call me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you please
I noticed you
start the clock over, please?
I don't know if you caught it. You cameoed in the presentation earlier.
Pardon, sir?
I don't know if you caught it. You were a cameo in the presentation earlier. In one of the presentations of the comprehensive plan, you're very active and at every hearing, every discussion, and there's a picture of you engaging with them at one of the comprehensive planning events.
And I strongly advise, I'm going to follow the mayor's advice there. It's not very many people show up, and it is very important that you give your advice at those meetings, because the city council is using that information to plan the future of the city in many ways. So may I reclaim my time off of this one? I'll make it quick here.
Go ahead.
My name is Jim Fields. I live at 16413 St. Helier. Again, thank you for allowing me to contribute to tonight's meeting. I have some questions here. I noticed there are some sales of the properties, and do the monies go into the general fund with all those properties sold? I mean,
yes, that will go to general
fund. Okay. Also, the transfer of $125,000 from the capital improvement, is this an additional budget item for the Parks and Rec budget? Was it additional? There was a capital improvement that was in tonight's thing. I was just curious.
Why don't you list your questions, because your time is running, and we'll have the quick answer.
Concerns. Appearance of shady vendor selection. Vendors must know which website to use and what obscure publication look for. And, they have to go to bid.com. talked to 3 pool companies in town. They had no clue about it. It's interesting that many vendors selected on big projects have been out of town or out of state and not even known, like Brookstone. And we have many fine rental companies in Houston and or Texas. Other one, street collapsing between Sam's and Parks and Rides, 6 months. I reported it. 3 street lights on right over here next to the, I forgot the street over here, but it's right next to the apartments. One thing that's really dangerous on Jones Road, we have a bunch of these oak trees, and I personally witnessed some branches falling down in the middle of the road. We're talking about good size. Can we talk to that apartment complex to trim those trees back? The ordinance. I hope this isn't part of the comprehensive plan to actually enforce it. The city receives over $7 million in revenues, and it's a very valuable asset. Ordinances should be enforced, increase property values, increase revenue for our city. I've said this many times. If any of the junk cars reported prior were parked in the golf course parking lot, they were moved the same day. I guarantee you that. So I don't know why we don't have the same expectations in our city. Also, now we have makeshift carports are now appearing in our city. That's not good. Now, talk about the golf course. It's running in the red. Again, I checked it again. Looked like $200,000 were left out last year and this year. Bonds, water and sewer, yes. We'll have to swallow the pill for reckless spending for the last 15 years. We have grown very little. Water and sewer lines don't wear out in a couple of years. Other priorities took place, like the Golf Course Club, Convention Center, $10 million, Parks and Rec's budget, $1.4 million a year, $800,000 salaries, kind of steep. New vehicles every 2 years. This year was $1.8 million. Outrageous employee salaries and benefits. Nothing like in the private sector. I think what I calculated, 1/3 of the budget is for salaries and their benefits. Pool bond, absolutely not. This is the second time or third time we're going around with it, and I can't believe it that, I looked at, I must compliment Drew Watson. He actually does engage. Some information for the $6.5 million. I couldn't find out where they got that number from. Plus, it's amazing that we have a prominent builder in town said it can be done for $1 million. Crazy. City Hall, $21 million. No. Also, the prominent builder said that we spent $2,400 per square foot. $2,400 per square foot for the clubhouse. How can we trust you on this building? That's it. I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. And last, Kimberly Now.
My name is Kimberly Anau, and I live at 15601 Singapore Lane. As my 49th installment, Jersey Village is on the brink of leaping into the future while keeping important events of the past easily within reach, like reaching for a door handle to enter inside an air-conditioned building where you can safely spend time with old and new friends as y'all learn skills, share photos of the family's newest baby, make play dates for the kiddos, and even swap recipes, even though you promised great-grandma that you'd never share her secret ingredients. To refresh or rehash the past, Clark Henry turned his F&M Jersey Ranch into a suburban oasis of homes on large lots, while he also donated land to build the Jersey Village Baptist Church, which in turn grew with additional buildings. The well-kept original documents of the beginnings of the JV Baptist Church show the existence was born in 1955. The albums included the actual groundbreaking photo of 3 men in cooperation, pushing a shovel into the soil. Frank Hardelick, Chris Robinson, and Dr. E.E. Powley in the middle, with the second photo showing him pulling the shovel up, filled with the future, and maybe some dried up Jersey cow patties ground into the dirt. In the fall of 2024, we had the opportunity to purchase Clark Henry's locally organized and built church to become our new city campus. Not just City Hall, City Court, in city meetings, but also for the community of citizens to gather together for socializing, learning, helping, and improving. Community centers play a crucial role in promoting the well-being of neighborhoods by providing a wide range of resources, services, and activities for residents of all ages. Social connection and engagement, fostering a sense of unity and belonging. Community Impact's most recent edition advises that efforts to improve and centralize City Hall facilities date back to 1985. So, for 40 plus years, citizens of Jersey Village have known that they need to have appropriate facilities, but by never working together for an agreement in construction, the need has been the proverbial can kicked down Jersey, Lakeview, and Senate. City documents advise this bond would add an estimated monthly property tax impact between $15.61 to $28.61 based on home valuation. Having the over 65 tax exemption and homestead exemption, the estimated tax impact ranges from $8.26 to $21.26 monthly based on home valuation. As an example of out-of-pocket costs for a quick bite to eat, our local Whataburger's Value Meal #1 base price is $9.19 for the basic burger, medium fries, and medium drink. But if you want to add one slice of cheese, that is 60 cents, plus getting a brownie for dessert, $2.99 extra, which equals $12.78 plus tax. The grand total for one person is about $13.83. City offices, public works, courthouse, community space, and pavilion. A long-term investment in the city's function and accessibility with the goal as efficiency, not excess or extravagance. Approving the bond will lead Jersey Village into the future where we can run into friends and neighbors about as locally as we can be so fortunate to have from Clark Henry's dreams. Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you. No other comment cards. Moving on to the city manager's reports. Austin Bleeth.
Mayor, councilors, the reports in front of you here tonight, I do want to point out, it was brought up in public comments, the golf course made $3.6 million in this past year. They spent about $2.9. So, it's, quite a bit in the black. What is that, $600,000 in the black rather than the $200,000 in the red that I think was quoted in the citizen comments. So just want to correct that with the statement of fact. Happy to answer any other questions council might have.
I think that was also less than 100% utilization too.
Yeah.
Definitely less than 100% utilization too. Yep.
Yeah.
I didn't have the numbers in front of me, but thank you for that.
Can you comment something that came up recently? And I was going through the city manager's report and noticed Danielle's contribution about water line breaks and things they've responded to. Could you talk briefly on how often we deal with a water line break?
So water line breaks they ebb and flow. We've seen 2 in the last 3 or 4 days. It's been dry outside, soils shift, pipes are older, and they break. But when they do, we always encourage people to call dispatch if you see a water main break. We've got plenty of police officers here that can check that out, and then they can make a quick determination of whether or not we need to bring in on-call for public works. They'll come out, make sure they call the repair peoples, and we get those fixed. I know the one we had over the weekend, call came in around 5:30ish, and by about 2 a.m. that repair was fixed, thanks to somebody calling that into dispatch, and the crews coming out and getting on that as quick as they did.
Truly Team JV, the same guy that is running traffic on the street is assessing your public works problem before calling for additional help.
I'm going to ask a question here just to clarify. So when there is a water main break, anything like that, are there protocols that the Public Works Department has to get information out to the citizens?
Yes, and there is. And so typically, especially in the case as it relates to on Saturday, we always do an emergency line locate, 811, call before you dig, everybody should. They have 2 hours to respond in an emergency situation, and in that time our public person that was out. He went door to door to the houses that were going to be impacted because we were able to isolate the valves. We could see who was going to get shut off. He went door to door, talked with the residents that were home and told them what was going on and made sure that they were all aware. We are working to make sure that we push that information out in the other channels as well. But on Saturday night, because it was a small area, they handled it door to door.
I know this is solutioning on here, but I know we've done, we've reintroduced reverse 911. Is it possible maybe to have a reverse 811 in the future as well?
We're working on the push notifications and the text messages. Strongly encourage people to sign up for those. That has to be an opt-in type of thing. So please, at home in the audience, sign up for those emergency notifications so that if we do have something, you'll receive that push notification or that text message so you're aware of what's going on.
Just one other thing on that same topic. I wanted to thank the Public Works and the dispatch and the other people involved, including yourself, Austin, and James, responding. I got a call from residents, and y'all were already on it, and we appreciate that.
I second that.
I appreciate the call out, but I'm an old man and went to bed well before all this happened. But it had already been fixed.
I did want to make a comment not regarding that. I guess in somewhat relation to the city manager's report, but it's in our weekly update. Austin and his team caught 2 unreported sales tax accounts in the city that could have cost the city thousands in sales tax revenue. But with their efforts and audits, they really do pay attention to detail, and they continue to protect the taxpayers and keep our finances strong. And so I just wanted to give a little kudos there for catching that.
Going back to financials real quick, I noticed fiscal year has just ended. So happy new fiscal year, everyone. I know you celebrate in your own special ways. The city appears to have had a surplus last year and actually spent less than expected, received more than expected. Part of that was because of the land sale. But just wanted to confirm that with our financial director.
Yes, that is correct. We ended the year with $4.3 million. We budgeted a drawdown of $4.3 million, and we had a positive result of $1.35 million, and this is prior to any accruals that are ongoing. And so we ended the year with revenues of over budget of $4.697 million, primarily due to the sale of the land, but we also came in higher than budgeted on sales tax. We budget our sales tax conservatively. And then so far we are under budget in expenditures by around $1 million, but I expect some of that to go away as we accrue some of our expenditures. And so those two combined for a net impact of $5.7 million, better than budgeted.
Awesome. Thank you.
Which is what we expected when we had built that into the fiscal year 26 budget.
But thank you and the team for being conservative fiscally, spending less than you need to. What I was going to also suggest, and we had an exchange earlier, Jennifer, I don't know if there's a way to do this, and maybe this is where Mr. Fields thought that there was a deficit. Onside a lot of these income statements, there's a budget remaining, and it's negative. And what's funny is when there's a budget remaining that's negative on income, I think that is good. It means you've made more than et cetera. I think on surplus, deficit, and budget remaining on that's where it really gets confusing, and that's I don't know if there's a way. It's software, right? And there's not a lot of control we have over that. Maybe that's feedback we can give to the software provider, and they can do an update.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's the way the software puts out the statements. But for every fund, there is a budget projection report, which shows it the normal way because I put it together in Excel. The numbers will match, but the signs will be the correct way. And so they're a little bit easier to read. And so for all the governmental funds, there is a report. There's also one for utilities and golf. and for the CCPD and the fire district as well.
One final question, because I've heard things about spending money for water and public works or water and sewer out of the general fund or vice versa tonight, and I don't necessarily know that it's law, but I know it's city policy that the utility fund only spends money that's received into the utility fund.
Correct. Yes, we do not supplement utility fund revenues with general fund dollars at all.
We supplement the general fund with utility fund revenues?
The utility fund does reimburse the general fund for some expenses that are paid for out of the general fund.
Like computer and employees and things like that.
Right. Some supervision, the staff, like finance, the utility billing, some of those things that are not dedicated 100% into the utility billing, they pay the portion of those things.
But not projects or anything of that nature?
No, all projects, water main breaks, anything like that would come out of a utility fund.
Thank you for the clarification.
Should be careful to ask a question you don't know the answer to, but Jennifer or Austin, if we were to inappropriately mix those funds, one of those being a utility fund being an enterprise fund, would that not be a finding on an audit?
Absolutely. It would be a finding.
And we have not had any such findings in any audit I've been here in the last 8 years or any time I can remember. All right, moving on from the city manager's report to the consent agenda. I already have a request to move item G5 and G6. Does anyone else have anything they want to remove from consent? Otherwise, I'll accept a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda minus items G5 and G6.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. We are going to skip G5 and G6 temporarily and come back to them. We're going to move to regular agenda item H1, discuss and take appropriate action on resolution 2025-66, accepting the governance report and strategic plan prepared by Ron Cox and providing direction for next steps. City Manager Austin Blease.
Mayor and councilors, Ron Cox is here to present his report to the council.
Thanks, Austin. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for allowing me to come back and give a report of the work that you all did some weeks ago. I do appreciate having sat through the comprehensive planning report because I looked at consistencies, maybe some naming consistencies with what's a goal and what's a strategy, but the content was very good from a planning perspective. Where the comprehensive plan looks at a much broader area in the entire city over a longer period of time, the strategic plan is aimed at looking what needs to be done more quickly, perhaps in a shorter period of time, and what can be prioritized in that regard. And the key, as we talked about earlier, is that everything be consistent with the vision. And so we talked about that in our strategic planning session, and they presented that vision as well. And so I appreciate having heard that directly, but also having been able to see some product in advance so that we could make sure that it was consistent. I appreciate the work that you all did as a council, and appreciate the work that the staff did. We divided our work into two phases. First was the governance phase, and then the planning phase. This is a calendar of events that have taken place, and that culminates tonight in the final report. We started this process in late August, did our sessions together on the 12th and 13th of September. I came back and worked with the staff on the 23rd, and they've prepared the implementation plan that will not go through tonight but is in your packet. so that you can see some of the detail that they've worked on and how they are beginning to address the priorities that you all established. And then tonight, of course, is the final report. We talked about governance and planning. I'm not going to read every slide, but I did want to point out, for the sake of the report, what all is included in this process. We talked about building the corral there in September, and certainly the comprehensive plan and all of the other work that you all do builds that corral. And the strategic plan is identified to be able to add some meat to that and add some implementation to that process as well. In the governance process, we talked about effective leadership, meaningful communication, understanding roles and expectations, and then talking about proactive visioning and planning. And in that regard, we started with the discussion of why you ran and what attributes you bring individually, and then worked our way into the fact that you all have to work collectively together in order to be able to implement. And so we talked about the various individual reasons why you ran and what attributes that you bring, and appreciated the ability for you all to talk about those kinds of things. Sometimes spell check doesn't work too well, so we misspelled represents. Sounds like it ought to be a Z, but it's actually an S, I think. But you'll probably find other areas where I've made spelling errors that I didn't check very well. We talked about effective leadership and what do you mean by how you will lead. And you all then started talking about how you will lead not only individually but collectively with regard to this city, with regard to leadership in this city and the things that you've been elected to do. And so we listed those things that you talked about. We talked about how will you communicate, and one of the things that I noticed here tonight is the way you communicate with each other, the questions that you ask and the things that you do is very consistent with what you talked about that evening when we talked about communication. We talked about expectations, roles, and expectations, and this slide was developed to kind of talk about the role of the mayor and the council, the role of the staff, and the directional flow between the two, and how the city manager is in the center of that directional flow, and how you all work together through this process is very important to effective governance, for effective governance. And then we kind of narrowed that discussion down to talk about what your expectations are of each other, how you lead, how you communicate, what your role is, and then what your expectations are of each other. And you talked about that for some period. And then I had asked the mayor, as newly elected to that position, to talk about his expectations for the group as a whole. And he outlined what those were. There was some discussion about one of those, and the mayor's now amended that to be consistent with what you all felt was important in that regard. I also asked, what are your expectations of the staff? And one of the things that I've found over the years is that sometimes the council or the staff might assume what the council's expectations are, only to find out in the thick of the battle, if you will, that they're not meeting expectations. And so I like for you all as a council to be able to identify what your expectations are of staff so that they'll know as they do their work on your behalf that they're meeting your expectations. So these are the kinds of things that you talked about at that point. I also asked you to kind of think about what you think staff's expectations are of you, so that as you develop team, as you continue to work together through this governance model, that you can also consider what they may expect of you in this process. And then finally, I ask for Austin to outline what his expectations of staff are too, because we want that to all be consistent, don't we? We want it to be consistent among yourselves, between you and the city manager, between council and staff as a whole. And so we talked about those things as well through the course of our discussion about governance. So we talked about leadership, communication, roles, expectations, and then we talked about vision. So we actually already had the draft of the comprehensive plan, but one of the things I wanted to find out was what are the key elements from your perspective that need to be that should be focused on with regard to the vision. The vision's broad. What are those key elements? And so you outlined what those are. Improve the quality of life, provide maintain a planned, updated, well-maintained infrastructure, feel and be safe in our neighborhoods, provide a beautiful and well-maintained environment, and be financially self-sufficient, maximizing non-property tax revenues, knowing that the city has to have funding of some kind to operate. What do you mean by being self-sufficient? Maximizing those non-property tax revenues to the extent that you possibly can have an impact. And those then began to so we looked at these and we talked about these before we talked about the vision statement. And so when you the translation here from MAC to any other operating position is kind of changing the way the thing looks. But the vision statement, then, we want to make sure that your vision elements for what the city looks like is consistent with the vision statement. We talked about that, and it certainly is. Many of the things that are included in that vision statement were included in those elements that you all looked at. So that provides the base, if you'll remember, the base of that pyramid, the vision and the mission, and then we move up to the comprehensive plan, strategic plan, and the budget and the hierarchy of things as we work through these processes. We talked about mission as well. What are those key elements? Fiscally responsible, focus on economic development, that list then of things that not only should council focus on, but also staff as they bring their work to you on a daily basis. And then we looked at the mission statement to make sure that that was consistent as well. That was in our governance session. We then went to the planning session and the next day and brought the entire staff in to work for you all to work together to go through a SWOT analysis. So these things focused more specifically on both the organization and the community needs as a whole, from a strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats perspective. And out of that came a focus on 5 areas: organization and governance, communication and collaboration, public safety, economic development, infrastructure. Very consistent with what the planners talked about earlier in terms of the comprehensive plan, but more specific and more short-term in nature. Out of those 5 focus areas came a number of objectives, and this is an example of that for organization and government: a goal statement and a series of objectives. In the implementation plan that you see, that you have a copy of, you'll actually see action steps that were identified for each of those objectives. And then you all gave your priority through a series of dots and voting, not official votes, but at least showing your preference and we've outlined what those are in the report and how those came out in the hierarchy of importance from y'all's perspective. And we did that for each of the 5 focus areas. So you can see in the case of organizational governments, there were 6 different objectives that were identified through the course of the day. 7 or 8 for collaboration and communication, and then public safety as well, economic development as well, which I think received maybe the highest points of any area that you all worked on together that day, and then infrastructure. So those things then, as we talked about, were developed, were reported on, worked on by the city staff, and you see the fruits of their labor as well. One of the things that was talked about earlier was accountability and how do you keep this thing going. So just like regular reporting is required of the comprehensive plan, so is regular reporting required of the strategic plan, and there's a schedule where city manager and staff will provide regular reports to you on the status of the work on those particular items that were identified. And so with that, this completes our process for this strategic planning effort. Certainly the implementation will be ongoing, and certainly the reporting will be ongoing as we go through these processes. So I do appreciate the opportunity that Austin gave me to participate with you and work with you all on this planning effort. And I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have if there's any clarification that's needed.
Mr. Cox, thank you for your time, not only during the retreat, but coming back and summarizing it and all the work up and follow up. You've done this, I would say, almost 100 times, and that's coming in the near future, so we'll go with nearly 100 times. What is it that cities that are successful in adhering to their vision and following through with their vision, adhering to the plan, but you mentioned accountability. What are some other things that they do, at least generically, that separate them from cities maybe that don't do as well?
I would say consistency, predictability, success. That if you outline what it is you want to do, and particularly outline to the staff from a council perspective what your expectations are, not only from how they work together, but what they do on your behalf, that provides predictability and consistency for the staff to do their work. And it also shows success in the process, that the things that you identify that are most important are the things that they work on. And that is consistent from city to city as I've worked with them. I always enjoy going back to the city and seeing the successes that they've enjoyed over a period of time. One city that I've worked with over 17-year period, you can just see where they've been consistent in the way they've progressed and gone through. I also know the city managers that have not followed up, or the cities that have not followed up on their comprehensive plans, on their strategic plans, because when I see them from afar in the hallway in TML, they turn down another aisle. They won't, sometimes they won't make eye contact with me. But those that do, I think that's an important thing and it's important for you all to hold yourselves accountable to that process as well. Accountability, predictability, and consistency.
Thank you.
Mr. Cox, you've had quite the career and the opportunity to consult with nearly 100 cities. I was curious, you don't work for us, and after tonight, this is complete. And so you kind of have an opportunity to speak your mind, and I would love for you to be authentic. And I would love to hear some of your comments, the quality of our staff, and what do you believe our city's greatest weakness, maybe opportunity is?
Oh, my goodness. That's not for me to decide what your greatest weaknesses or opportunities are, because all I want to do is to be able to draw those out and let you identify what those are and work on those yourself. You have done that. So it's not for me to decide, it's for me to facilitate what you do in that regard. With regard to the staff, they've been very, very good to work with in this follow-up process. Austin's been good to work with in advance of this process to kind of understand where we're going and what we're going to try to accomplish through the course of our work. And they have really jumped into this implementation plan too. And I suspect I would recommend that the strategies and objectives that have been identified in the comprehensive plan be rolled into that implementation process so that they can all kind of build and move together. All of that to eventually whatever needs to be on the agenda or in the budget should eventually roll up. But they've been a pleasure to work with. There's no doubt. They jumped right into it. Some staffs that I've worked with just kind of look at me and say, okay, what are you going to do to build our implementation plan? But they built it themselves, so I appreciated that as well. So I didn't answer your first question, but I did answer your second.
It's all good. It's in the report. There's the strengths that are things that are not surprising. Staff cohesion, support from the community. We have a very passionate staff, very positive. And then the weaknesses that the reports that we all highlighted, counselor turnover, teamwork, imported crime, the fact that we're landlocked in our aging infrastructure, which are kind of things we all kind of knew anyway. So.
Right.
Any other comments or questions from Mr. Cox?
I look forward to seeing how this plays out and see it in action.
Good. Thank you all. I appreciate very much the opportunity to work with you all. Thank you.
Very much appreciated it. The motion is approving Resolution 2025-66.
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving to consent agenda item G5. Discuss and take appropriate action on resolution 2025-75. No, that's the wrong one. This 5. Consider resolution 2025-68 ratifying the purchase and sale agreement between the City of Jersey Village and Argo Hansa Incorporated for the sale of city-owned property located at 12424 Taylor Road for the purchase price of $935,000. Austin Blease.
Mayor and Councilors, this is to ratify the purchase and sale agreement that has been signed for 12424 Taylor Road, the old Public Works Parks and Recreation area. Sale price of $935,000. This was discussed in the executive session last September, and the action was taken based upon that.
Does the city have any property there, or has everything been moved out?
Most of it, if not all of it, has been. I don't know if we have anything left there or not at the moment.
And this one, it's not tied to the other one. They're two separate transactions, so this can close, assuming they go through the feasibility study, this can close virtually immediately at the end of the month.
Right, yeah, it's the 15 days and then 5 days after that.
Can I make a motion? I make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-68.
Second the motion.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to item G6, discuss and take appropriate action on Resolution 2025-69 ratifying the purchase and sale agreement between the City of Jersey Village and Argo Hansa Incorporated for the sale of city-owned property located at 12527 Taylor Road for the purchase price of $2.2 million.
Mayor and Councilors, this one is for 12527 Taylor Road, the newer Public Works building. Purchase price $2.275 million, or $2,227,500. 30th day of feasibility, 10 days after that it would close, estimated November 10th. We do have this one with a leaseback, has an initial 6-month period with 2 additional 6-month extensions for a total of 18 months. Lease rate is $1 per square foot per month with triple net at 22 cents a square foot. Facility is approximately 13,500 square feet. If the bond proposition on the city campus for the November ballot does not pass, there will be a need to evaluate options for continued operations of the Public Works and Parks departments beyond the lease period, including potential lease extensions or alternative site agreements. So that's something we'll have to figure out if that bond does not pass.
Can somebody tell me what page that is?
144.
Yeah. So, Austin, with respect to the leaseback, because I didn't see that attached, but it's a 6-month with two extension options.
Correct.
And in this transaction, the city's been represented by a broker?
Yes.
Okay. And as far as the market rate of $12 a foot and triple net, did the broker give an opinion as to whether that's fair market value?
$1 a square foot
Yeah.
and triple net? Yes, he felt that was fair.
Okay. Thank you.
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-69.
Second that.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving to the regular agenda, item 2, discuss and take appropriate action on Resolution 2025-73, designating a city representative and alternate representative to the Houston-Galveston Area Council 2026 General Assembly. Courtney Rutherford, City Secretary.
Yes, Mayor. So this is an item that we do every year. I think our current, I don't have my item open, sorry. Our current appointees are Drew and Michelle.
They are. They are, right? And I had a conflict last year that I do not.
It says Connie in the agenda.
It's Connie and Michelle.
It used to be me.
It's Connie and Michelle. Yes, it's Connie and Michelle. And once we make our new designations tonight, they are invited to the November meeting.
I would like to express that I previously had a conflict. I decided not to get involved with this. I had scheduling conflict and an employer conflict, and I would like to be more involved now with HGAC now that basically my handcuffs are off. So.
Let me ask this. I know beyond the meeting in November, they also have various and sundry other activities. Is there a limit to the number of council members that can attend? I know there's a small fee sometimes.
I'm not aware of a limit, but we can double check that.
I just look at it as a way to, a few of us have spoken about becoming more ambassadors of the city, and I think reaching out to this group and other various groups, we should, when we can, take advantage of that.
It's very true. Actually, the comprehensive plan calls out working with this group more often and building more of a relationship.
Do both the Michelle and Connie desire to continue on?
I definitely got something out of it, but if there was somebody else that felt that I think I got something out of it. So I don't have a problem being on there, and I'm available on the 18th.
Well, and I'll just say that I have no objection to, or I would like to be an alternate if I could.
If everybody wants to go, just go. What's the issue? If it's available for everyone to go, I understand that 2 people have to be designated as going. I think that's fine, but I think anybody can attend this. And I think if the city wants to send everyone, then we should send everyone. Like you said, the more people that are there, the more representative action, the better.
I agree with
Yes, we can do that.
Craig.
So we just have to pick primary and alternate.
Okay, then why don't we just keep it as is? I'll make a motion to keep it as is, and the rest of y'all just go if you want.
I'll second that.
Yeah.
Great. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Courtney, do you have the two appointees? Okay.
And do you want to make sure everybody gets that as like a reminder, one, to register? Because I know sometimes they come through, sometimes they don't. It
I
seems
have
weird.
the invite, so I'm just going to double check that we can register everybody. I'll double check in the morning, and I'll get everyone registered.
Regular agenda item 3, discuss take appropriate action on resolution 2025-67, ratifying the submission of an application by the city manager for the National Recreation and Park Association Youth Sports Access Grant and authorizing the city manager to execute all necessary documents to effectuate this grant on behalf of the city. Austin Blease, city manager.
Mayor and councilors, we found a grant that we could apply for $100,000 towards lighting for fields, which would go great with the Clark County project that is currently out to bid. The timing of that grant required us to submit it before actually bringing it to council, so this would be to ratify the submission of that application. It's Musco LED lightings, energy efficient safety, low maintenance, 25-year warranty. There's also a $20,000 activation component grant as well that would help the launch and sustain new youth programs. The plan would be to include purchasing sports equipment and starter kits, providing volunteer coach training, scholarships for low to moderate income families, hosting a community kickoff event once the fields are complete. So this resolution would just ratify the submission of it and authorize me to execute any terms and conditions that may come.
I want to say I think this is fantastic. Absolutely love this one. I do want to ask, though, if even with this in mind, understanding it's clearly already done, but also going forward with any grant submissions, that we keep copies of all writings of grants, and that stuff remains as part of the city record so that they are accessible and available.
Just a question, Austin. Did you say you have actually applied for this because of the deadline?
Yes.
And was the application, was it through a portal? Was it through a written submission? How was it?
Through a portal, through the National Recreation and Parks Association portal.
Was it just a process of answering questions, yes or no, or whatever, or was there an opportunity for a narrative statement?
Narratives were the big piece of this application process.
Okay, and those narrative statements that you submitted as city manager on behalf of the city, have you kept copies of them?
They're all in the portal. I have working drafts, but once we get in there and we make the final edits before we submit it, that's what I do.
Okay, so in you and I have had discussions about this previously with respect to this grant and other grants in the past, and I do think it would be best practices for the city to keep a full and complete record of every grant application, regardless of outcome, just so the city has a history. So just kind of throw that out as a comment, and we can act on that in an ordinance at a later date.
Does that need to be an ordinance, and that's not standard practice? We do understand we're adding the staff time and expectations. Like, that's not normal.
I don't think it's adding staff time to copy paste into a Google Doc. That's not adding staff time. I understand that grants are done, a lot of grants are done into portals, but nobody free writes in a portal. Everybody writes on their own in whatever platform they choose, and then you copy and paste it into the portal. I do think, granted, I mean, I caught some of the stuff that Simon has had back and forth with the grants and wanting copies of things, and I do understand that. And while we may have different reasonings for that, I do think that as a city, and this being a government entity, we need to make copies and keep track of stuff that we're applying for, how it's being applied for, and anything created on city time is city property. So it does need to be kept. It should be available for open meetings and to open records requests.
I'll bite a little bit on that. I agree that it might be able to be privileged information for us, but grants are competitive. And there's some times where you need to kind of keep how you write things and what you say a little close to your chest. And he's very good at getting these grants. And if they're open meeting, then just go ahead and give it to another city, because they can, there's some things that I think that if you want to see like what he's writing, that could be privileged for a certain amount of group. And I agree with that. There should be nothing hidden. But there's a second part of that I don't want to share why he's so good at what he does to every other city and have them be in the competitive ring with us. Like, I think we have something so valuable with how good he is in grants. Now, do I feel like he's hiding anything? No, I think he's really good at writing grants, and it's a secret, a trade. I view it more as like a trade secret type thing that I don't think I want. I know I don't want that to be public.
I think the point on that being, though, that within the city, because I understand that there's perhaps in the process of submitting a grant, you may have confidential information about residents, that sort of thing. But for purposes of the city and for purposes of city council, I do think that it's best practices that the city manager and any other department head writing a grant keep a full and complete record of the final work product that is submitted in an appropriate form, so that if council wants to go back and ask a question or see, hey, what did we submit? Why did we get this? Why didn't we get it? I think that that's just best practices. Now, I think the city attorney could comment on whether that captured data and material, whether it's, whether it would be available or whether it would be privileged, just like communications within the executive session. But from our perspective, running the city, I think it's terribly important that we maintain a record of every grant we've applied for and the information submitted by the city. I think that's terribly, terribly important.
I agree with you on the processes, but view it as like somebody applying to a college application. If I could subpoena all of the people who got into a business school of this certain place that I'm trying to get into, then I could just kind of write like that, right? To me, that's...
So I think there's things that are available for open records and there's things that aren't, and I think that comes down to the Secretary of State making that decision on those things.
Sure.
But I do believe that it's very strange to not keep these records. I think we need to keep some type of records of grant applications and what is being submitted. I think it's odd that we're not, and I am not making any accusations. I'm not saying anything whatsoever, but I do think it's something that I do think we need to keep this information.
I think keeping a record of what we've done, what we've applied for, I agree, and then maybe even the specific content being available to only a certain viewable people. I don't disagree with that either, but I do think it's like having open access to applications. Like you're basically just opening yourself up to insane competition of people imitating you.
I think that would fall under the AG's purview to determine whether the information that's captured and held by the city is protected and whether it's discoverable, and it's probably likely, I would suspect, and maybe Tommy would weigh in on this, that the AG would say that no, that is confidential to the city and not available through a public information request. But I do think it's terribly important that the city have a standard practice to always capture the full substantive data of every grant application, so we, the city council, and future city councils have a record of what the city has done.
I also think I don't know that is something that would need to be an ordinance. If it does, then maybe it needs to be visited as such. I think I was under the impression or assuming that is something that could just be a directive to staff. It's like, this is what our best practices is. If that's incorrect and needs to be dealt differently, then I'm happy to bring that forward.
No, I think it can be a staff direction. I don't think there's consensus now, and it does sound like maybe it should be an agenda item to discuss. And I would be very interested to see the impacts, because in my years of city government management, I've never once been interested in what is in the grant narrative, and very much agree with Councilman Martin's statement that there's, for lack of a better term, proprietary information that would not be protected by the Public Open Records Act, that would not be cordoned by the AG's office. So unless other,
but wait, what's your experience with that? What is your professional experience? I'm curious. Could you outline that for me?
Number 3,
the one about the grant.
A very accurate statement, sir, because we're on item H3 which is about a grant, but we've expanded beyond to multiple grants.
I'm requesting that the information about the grant be recorded and that become a practice, that when we apply for grants, that the grant information be recorded and kept.
Can you turn the mic?
If staff wants to take direction from the request, that's fine. If y'all want to take a formal council action, I think it needs to be brought back under a different agenda.
So there's two council members that haven't talked, so I don't feel like there's consensus. And listening to the conversation, I think it would be better to have another agenda item.
Yeah,
I just think we also should remember that you don't get a vote. You don't get a vote. You seem to have a lot to say, and I get that. And you seem to have a lot of opinions, and you seem to be very involved. However, you do not get a vote at the end of the day.
But he is our leader. He does represent us, and we voted him as mayor. And so I understand he doesn't have a vote, but he does lead us and guide us and shape us, and we do respect him.
With regard to this item, can we talk about it in November when we can get more information on best practices, potential AG referendums on this, the types of grants that we generally pursue, the competitive nature of them, et cetera? I'd rather not advocate for or against something that I don't have enough information to form a valid opinion on.
That's where, as leading the meeting, we need to get back to Resolution 2025-67. If we want to talk more about grant and record keeping, that needs to be another item.
Okay, we'll just put it on the agenda for the next session. And we'll,
Jen, can you say specifically, or email out to the council, what specifics you would like of the grant, like the record of when it was applied, what for, or the actual application? Will you just
Absolutely.
email that?
I'm happy to send that to Courtney, and she can send it out
Can we
appropriately.
just discuss this in November?
Yep. Yeah. What exactly you're looking for, so then we can all talk about it.
if we're done on that, I'm going to move to approve Resolution 2025-67, ratifying the submission of application by the city manager for the National Recreation and Park Association Youth Sports Access Grant, etc. The motion
I'll
to approve.
second.
Okay.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to item H4, consider ordinance 2025-35, amending the Capital Improvements Fund budget for fiscal year beginning October 1, 2025 and ending September 30, 2026 to appropriate funding for fund balance in the Capital Improvements Fund in the amount not to exceed $125,000 for Clark Henry Park custom play structure. Robert Bassford, Assistant City Manager.
Good evening, Mayor Singleton, council members. Last month, I shared an idea with one of our playground manufacturers about creating a more interactive play experience for kids that merged educational aspects, physical aspects, and technological aspects into a play structure. And during that conversation, they mentioned they already had something similar in development and asked if Jersey Village would be interested in their pilot, as being one of their pilot sites for the product. This opportunity led to us being selected as one of the early adopters to feature this advanced play structure. Because it's part of a beta test program, it's still under a non-disclosure agreement and hasn't been released to the open market yet. The exciting part is that the manufacturer is offering it to us at roughly half of its future retail cost and will provide direct on-site support and maintenance throughout the pilot period. They specifically identified Clark Henry Park as a great fit for this project because of its proximity to Post Elementary and the high after-school use the park sees every day. The timing also lines up well with the potential multi-purpose field construction, which allows us to coordinate the work and minimize future park closures. This wouldn't be introducing a new CIP project. This would just move the project that is scheduled in fiscal year 2027 up 1 year. To fund this project, we requested a budget amendment to allocate $125,000 in unspent funds from this previous fiscal year CIP projects. Those funds would fall to the Capital Improvement Fund balance and can be used to support this installation. Moving forward, this gives us an opportunity to bring a next-generation playground to our residents earlier than planned, capture significant cost savings, and position Jersey Village once again as a community that embraces innovation and high-quality park design. And of course, staff is recommending the approval of the budget amendment to secure this one-time opportunity and continue our progress in improving recreational amenities across the city.
So, Robert, what's not disclosed in here, what is the piece of equipment? What exactly is it?
So what they explained to me is it combines the traditional post and platform play structures and incorporates educational technology into the unit. And it combines physical activity with educational opportunities, and as well as that technology factor. What was told to me that it has been piloted in Chattanooga, Tennessee, and test scores are up 33% after the first year. So that's something that they're excited about. This is step 2, or an early step in the process. Once we have the non-disclosure agreement and we start discussing the specifics of the project, I can disclose more, and then it becomes public once it's constructed.
I just wanted to say first, before getting any further into this, that I think it's fantastic that you reached out and had this conversation and thus came to light. I think this is amazing and highly impressed. Kudos.
That was my question. So was this beta program already in thing, or like when you reached out, did you suggest it?
So yeah, at the conference, the NRPA conference I go to annually for my CEUs, I was just talking to playground manufacturers, and I attended a session on the future of play, and I working with playground manufacturers, just in a casual conversation, I mentioned, hey, what if there was a way we can combine an academic piece, a technology piece, to get kids from playing video games outside, and kind of taking the concept of like Pokemon Go to the playground, and really making it something futuristic. And the individual that I mentioned to paused me and went and got their director of innovation, and he came and we chatted, and he said, yes, I'm currently working on something very similar. And that's where he shared that the test scores were up in Chattanooga, and that was three or 4 weeks ago. So he mentioned, hey, would you like to be a part of this? We're rolling this out right now. I shared with him that our CIP for Clark Henry was next year, but we could consider moving it up if you guys were okay with that.
Well, I appreciate you reaching out and making that happen, and then combining 2 projects into one versus year after year, the amount of construction and close down and the kids that aren't able to access the park, because we're making it better. So I appreciate your efforts there.
So really quick, so the 125 was budgeted. Was that budgeted for Carol Fox?
So the money that was budgeted for the Clark Henry Capital Improvement Project in fiscal year 2027 was actually $175,000. That was just informally earmarked in the 10-year CIP. It hasn't been adopted yet, but that is what is on the CIP. The amount of money needed for this project would be $125,000.
So you're saving money.
Yes.
By doing it a year earlier and participating in this specific program.
And just to be clear, this is a large name company in playground equipment, I'll call it that.
Yeah, they have the big 6, I think, and they're one of the big 6.
Thank you.
And how many municipalities or schools or whatever, how many of these devices or pieces of playground equipment are they rolling out?
He did not disclose how many they plan to roll out. He just mentioned that they like the parks that are close to schools. They also are partnering with schools as well.
Does the discounted price fully account for installation, warranty, and operational costs?
So yeah, it will be a turnkey installation, and they did mention that yes, it is a pilot project. So we will, as staff, make sure that they extend any warranties that they usually provide via like standard warranties. We try to extend it to cover any unforeseen issues with new technology.
Any concerns about the potential for vandalism? I know that we've had issues at both Carol Fox and at Clark Henry because of proximity to the high school, et cetera. So, you've got even more of a potential, unfortunately, if you've got some sort of a video type device as compared to just a swing set.
Yeah, and I advise that to them as well. And thankfully, playground manufacturers are used to it. They're target for vandalism often, so the material they use, they're going to get really creative. And yeah, that was something that we did discuss. We also think that the school will also champion this project as well, and kind of help us look after it and make sure that it stays intact and untarnished, I guess you can say. I would also, like to work on security there at that park. It's just at the forefront of our attention as well. So,
what's the Clark Henry Park's pretty big, and we're replacing some of the fields. What's the physical location? Is this replacing any current structures?
So it wouldn't replace any current structures, but it would be near the existing wagon wheel or the rock wall. It would be in that area, that fenced-in, wrought iron fenced area.
Has there been any thought about the long-term maintenance of it?
Yes, we discussed it. They essentially mentioned that it was just technology updates, and they didn't foresee any long-term headache issues. That is obviously something that we will continue to talk through as we begin to develop this a little further. But yeah, I'm always thinking about the operating, but we don't anticipate significant operating expenses for the playground.
And what's you might have mentioned this, so I apologize, the longevity of the equipment?
Playgrounds typically last a good deal. I know their warranties span across different aspects of the playground. Like, for example, at Carroll Fox, the flooring is 5 years. The posts and platforms are lifetime. The shade, I think, is 10 years. So they have a different set of warranties across the board that they've ironed out over the years. They're pretty durable. They're made to be used.
So if we buy it now, we're 15 years-ish?
Yeah, I would say 10 to 15 years is a typical good lifespan for a play structure.
Thank you.
You said technology just a minute ago. Did I hear you right? Updates, software? Because we didn't have computers on our playground when I was growing up. So
well, you were missing out. We had abacuses back in my day. We slid the things over. We got smarter.
So is there going to be when you say software, I think of internet and that kind of thing.
They mentioned there would be some interactive component on these play structures. So yes, that would involve electricity and potentially internet.
To me, it sounds like we're getting the opportunity to get in it. Like I said, it's half the price, but with a non-disclosure, so that we don't get all the information up front. I think that's the risk. But if you, on your own, search up Chattanooga Parks, I think you'll find a little information.
I believe we were sent an email that has some details.
I just wanted to keep you on your toes.
Does the device itself require internet? Because I know that there was discussion at some point about having internet at the park. Is that?
Yes, that's budgeted this year. He mentioned that the initial structure does not need that, but he's talking about phasing and development and continued development of this play structure. And somewhere down the road, I do see internet being a thing, so you can update the software that they utilize and keep it sharp, keep it fresh. He implied they would add more games, more programs.
Got any more comments? Anybody have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-35.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor? All those against? Motion passes. H5, discuss and take appropriate action on Resolution 2025-74, receiving the Planning and Zoning Commission's final report concerning the application of Sienna Wos, filed on behalf of Houston Development Enterprises, requesting a zoning amendment. Rick Faircloth, P&Z.
Mr. Faircloth has brought me their final report. The Planning and Zoning Commission has submitted approving this request.
Okay, thank you.
Can Rick come up in case we have questions, please?
There's one change in the draft ordinance, adding language, no outdoor overnight boarding, to the conditions.
Okay.
Yeah, that's
That's the change.
Removing overnight boarding.
Correct.
Okay.
Outside.
Outside.
Outdoor.
Outside.
Outside, yes, that's right. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I just wanted you up here in case we had specific questions.
Okay.
So you don't have to yell from the back, because we always
Okay.
seem to have a question for you,
Okay.
and it's easier if you're up here.
Yeah, I understand.
So I'm sorry, what
What
did
is
you
the-
say about outside? There,
As special conditions of, that there would be no outside boarding overnight. You
Okay,
could-
so the
they talked
dogs have
about
to stay
but
inside.
this would be
Overnight,
No,
inside,
no
overnight.
outside,
Got it.
outside the facility.
Okay. I don't think that was part of their original plan, was it?
Well, it just says
But
conditions.
you're just being as specific as a condition?
Correct, yes, that's right.
Can I ask for the count of how the board voted, please?
We had one that abstained.
Thank you.
But it was unanimous other than that.
Thank you. That's what I was looking for.
Yes, okay.
This item is for receiving the report,
right,
and then
sure.
we will discuss the ordinance on the next. So if we have a
Yeah.
motion,
I'll make a
Yes.
motion to approve Resolution 2025-74.
All second?
a motion and a second. All those in favor? This motion is approved. On to item H6, discuss and take appropriate action on ordinance 2025-36, amending Chapter 14 of the Code of Ordinances of City of Jersey Village and amending Chapter 14, Building and Development, Article 1, General, and amending Building Chapter 14, Building and Development, Article 4, Zoning Districts, Section 14105, Commercial Permitted and Conditional Use Tables to add pet grooming and pet daycare as a permitted use with conditions in Zoning District J, 3rd Business District. Courtney Rutherford, City Secretary.
Yes, Council. So this item was brought back to you. We originally received a request back in August from the tenant wanting to open the pet grooming daycare facility at 8200 Jones Road. Our current Code of Ordinances did not address this. We looked, it didn't fall under anything we had. The only thing we had was really veterinarian, and it didn't fall under that. So this again is just to change the ordinance to allow this as a permitted use with conditions. And it's my understanding that we are going to be amending the ordinance that's presented here tonight to add a condition to not allow.
Yes, we're amending it to not allow outside dog boarding.
Correct.
Yeah, the final report, the language, and I've got the only version of it. No outdoor overnight boarding is the language added to the conditions in the condition table. Is the only change to the draft ordinance that's in the packet. And for context, I know there was a lot of discussion in the P&Z meeting about, I don't want to speak on behalf of them because this wasn't voted on, but my instinct was that I think most were perfect world, endless amount of hours in the day. It may be a specific use permit process is the best result ultimately. That's going to take another meeting at least to get all that language together and everything. An option to move forward tonight for this business would be with the language adopted here. And then, of course, when the specific use permit language came back, to the extent it replaced or clarified this, then that would supplement this.
I just wanted to go over some of the things that were allowed in Zone J so everybody just has an idea of what it was zoned to be. And I think this is really a problem of pet or doggy daycares are just kind of a relatively new idea. And so when the great people who have made our ordinances, I just don't think that it didn't fall in any category. It's not in anywhere. But these are some of the things that are allowed to be at that building. A dance studio, an exercise class studio, martial arts facility, educational institution, a learning center, a cafeteria, a warehouse, a hotel, a motel, a miniature golf course, musical instrument shop, restaurant. Ooh, sorry, that was loud. And restaurant and delicatessen. So I feel like as far as the amount of noise, if we're just being strictly objective of, like, there's very similar noise of what comes out of this, then I feel like it does, if I had to, if you gave me the ordinances and said, put doggy daycare in a line with one of them, it does fit in this category to me. I agree about the special permit. I think that just gives us an extra thing in our pocket to make sure that we don't have too much of the same thing. I really appreciated recently when we had that on the car wash. So, like, I do think that gives us an extra layer of protection. So I agree with that. But for those who don't, I don't have all of what's allowed in every zone memorized. So just wanted to share that.
I have a question on the special permitting aspect of it. Is if the facility, the applicant applies and obtains a special permit, does the city have a remedy if it's demonstrated that their compliance with the permit is, it's just too much of a disturbance for the residents in the surrounding area, where that permit could actually be revoked?
Can you use the mic?
Yeah, I wish I could just take this down. Depending on what's in the conditional use or the specific use permit language, yeah, I mean that's the idea. You can revoke the permit if they're not meeting the standards. If a conditional use permit was the vehicle that is done for this, like let's say this came back with conditional use permit language, that would be how this permit would be handled. If we went forward with adding a conditional use or a permitted use with conditions under this, they would have to meet the conditions that are listed here, but it wouldn't be under a specific use permit. In other words, if it later changed to a specific use permit, like if the draft that was presented here is adopted by council and it later changes to a specific use permit process, they would be grandfathered in under the permitting ordinance in time right here.
So if that's the case, doesn't it make more sense to take time and draft it properly so that what we're enacting is specific and serves to move forward, and that way if at any point in the future it needed to be revoked, we have that right without being blocked into a grandfathering clause?
It does, if you don't have any concern about losing the business
My
under
thought
the current
on,
application.
My thought on that is we have done that before, where we've granted this and then sent it back to have them change to where it was, to change it to a specific use permit going forward, and then address them as individual basis. The problem for that, and I actually would prefer to go that route. I understand that what he's saying and what you're asking, that is a much cleaner situation. However, what that does is these people have already applied. They've already gone through this process. It is a long process, and then that requires them to then reapply, repay, go through the process again, having to go through a different committee. And that, to me, we get a lot of complaints about how we're not doing anything about economic development at all in this city. And this is an opportunity for something that is an established business willing to come into Jersey Village and serve a need and to expand our tax base. And I think it's an opportunity, to me, that isn't worth losing on something like that. But that's my opinion on it.
Given 1 week's notice.
I also think the dog park and the support we've had over the last several years just really supports that this is something that the community would like.
Well, I was, until somebody comes up here, and twice, 2 people I think, came up here and said, I live over there. I don't have to live over there. So that is my concern, is what happens when we start getting the city starts getting phone calls and council gets emails that there's barking, there's this, there's that. How will the city handle that.
Great point. And when we put in the car wash, right, in that same area, we had the same amount of citizens come up and speak about that. And we worked on a decibel outreach and where things were monitored. So instead of inhibiting economic development, which you've read the packet and this is what we need, we fixed the problem that made sense for both parties. And I think that we would continue to do that. I mean, we've done that with the other businesses that,
as well as that daycare,
Yeah.
the Learning Express in the area,
exactly.
because it's the same. I mean,
it's the same.
Children make noise too.
They're very loud and adorable, but yes.
Is it possible? Is it possible to go the route that we talked about, to have the permitting process require a special or be conditional and subject to revocation, but to allow this particular applicant not to have to go back through the complete process, rather they just agree as part of this process that they would agree to a conditional permit under the same conditions that we would have for any future applicant?
Just to be clear, you're talking about a specific use permit as opposed
Correct.
to
I mean, I think at the end of the day, this type of business has to fall within one of our categories. And it needs to fall in one of them. And J is the most appropriate, I feel. So
I'm actually asking a question of the city attorney.
Mike?
The answer is yes, and I don't think you'd be able to enforce it. Yes, you could ask that, and yes, they could promise it, and if they broke that promise, I don't think you'd be able to enforce it.
I just want to point out that it was.
To some degree, I think it's a good idea to divorce the specific applicant from the zoning change. But the change that's presented here is to provide a vehicle to say yes, but the consequences of yes now would be if they're grandfathered under what's on the paper.
Did you give this advice to planning and zoning? I'm asking because it sounded like they had a unanimous decision, or a unanimous vote. I'm sorry.
Yes.
So just to make sure, planning and zoning said yes, even with your advice suggesting to do the special use permit instead of the zoning change.
That kind of mischaracterizes it. The tenor of the room.
I'm trying to understand what they're
The tenor of the room to me was, in a perfect world with more time to write down every condition and requirement that we would want to attach to a specific use permit process, that would be the ideal way to go. But there was a concern that the applicant would, they may not be here very long if that's the case, and so a vehicle to allow it immediately is what was adopted, which is fine as is, but it is looser than a specific use permit process. That would just generally be more ideal if you wanted to retain tighter control on it.
Rick, I'd like to recognize you and have you answer some of these questions based on your experience in the meeting and represent the P&Z Commission.
Did I get any of that right? I may have missed.
You did. The proposal was to change the zoning ordinance. That's what that was on the table, with conditions. And we answered those with conditions. No outside boarding overnight. And we feel very comfortable with that. If we want to, and we've done this in many times in the last 20 years I've been part of P&Z. We've come back and we've put, this is allowed, but we will put items 1, 2, 3, 4, extra things. We talked about a lot of different things, but I don't want to talk about those specifically. But there are some other conditions that we could, but it's just not enough time.
one thing that's, I think, worth clarifying. So, most of the requirements and regulations that you typically see in ordinance surrounding boarding and kenneling are health and safety regulations. There will be some zoning regulations, but most of them are going to be health and safety. And it's important to clarify, those are not typically subject to grandfathering. You know, you don't get, if there's a health and safety regulation, it's not typically something that, you know, you don't have to follow health and safety regulations, you're grandfathered. That's like, you can't be grandfathered for nuisances as well, right? Same principle. So I have a feeling that probably most of the restrictions, and these are most commonly the types of things that you see in a conditional use permit. It'll say something like, must follow the city's ordinance related to boarding and kenneling, and then in another section of the ordinance, it will address the requirements for boarding and kenneling. Most of those requirements would apply without an agreement because they would be health and safety related requirements. To the extent it would be a zoning requirement that wasn't in that part of the code, that's where the grandfathering would apply. Have I muddied it up anymore?
No, I mean, that makes sense. Your remedy's not in a violation of the zoning ordinance. Your remedy's in a violation of the health and safety code or a common law nuisance.
That's right. Right. That's right.
I'm following you. I just didn't want you to have to stand on your own. I want to allow Rick basically to ratify and add anything else. Thank you, Rick.
I'm not an attorney, but I am an engineer.
I think, he said, I'm not an attorney, but I'm an engineer. I got to be honest, I think it's, we have committees for a reason. I think we need to trust planning and zoning. That's what they've put in all this work. They've listened to this multiple times. So, because by the time we get this on a public hearing, they've had to have seen it, I believe, at least twice. It's been a while, but I think that's the case. Is that not correct, guys? Yes. So they've already met on this at least twice. So
residents were only given a week. We were notified by letter with a week to be able to come tonight to voice our opinions.
Anyone else have comments or a motion?
Which one is it?
It's resolution number 2025-75.
7-4.
Just kidding.
Oh, it's ordinance 25-36.
Just kidding.
Yeah, 2025-36.
Oh, sorry. That's the
Can I
next one.
clarify something though, really quick?
Yep.
With the nuisance part, with the, let's say, potential barking or whatever the problem would be, would the city be, how would residents handle an issue, a recourse to something if there was an issue?
And I mean, so the conditions that are there already.
Here comes Rick. He's got it. Rick has got it.
Rick is coming back up.
No disrespect to the homeowners, but there's 200 feet between those houses, another building, and then open space. I've got people that live next door to me that have a dog that barks all night. Come on. There's got to be some sanity to this. Yeah. That's it.
So the current conditions that are on here have the standard noise, smell, pollution, etc. Facilities must be maintained so that the animals are safe from other animals and there's no safety issues with the neighbors. And then, of course, the outdoor kenneling. So you have all the noise stuff built in. You have it built in, and this is actually the standard noise language that applies to all the other facilities in the district that have conditional use.
Well, I'm assuming also, just like all other businesses, it falls under the jurisdiction of a certain amount of nuisance calls come in, then they're subject to the same things like the hotels with nuisance calls and all the other things. Is that true? Like for all, I thought all businesses were subject to that. Sorry, I'm not trying to put the police on a spot here, but I'm going off of previous issues.
No, so the hotel ordinance is a kind of a special procedural version of that, but it's generally there's the nuisance requirements to maintain the conditions under which you've been permitted for the use. Then there is a separate nuisance cause of action. Now, the analysis on those two things may be the same, but the process for one involves a zoning violation. The process for the other is a Chapter 54 lawsuit.
Also, the city secretary told me that the notice of this was mailed out October 7th. So I don't know why it reached you so late.
Got it October 14th. I've seen mine today.
Does anybody have a...
So a question here, looking at these conditions that are set forth, that are highlighted, what would it take for an adjacent property owner to say this business is not operating in compliance with the specific use or conditions of zoning, because this is a broad, well, it's actually pretty vague statement, provided such use shall not be so obnoxious or offensive as to be reasonably calculated to disturb persons of ordinary temper. Reasonably calculated, like they're pointing the dogs in a direction. I mean, I mean.
There is no question. I'm going to be crucified for the existing ordinances. This is the language from the existing ordinance, and there's no question it's vague. It's broad. I mean, if we want to,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
it is what it is.
Yeah, my fear
on neighbors don't have a recourse directly. The neighbors report to the city. The city then makes a determination as to whether they are in compliance with the zoning ordinance, and then the city would make that call. First and foremost, there is a notice to bring them into compliance, notice to allow them a time period to bring into compliance, and then there would be, you could either issue a ticket for it, or you can file a Chapter 54 lawsuit to enforce the zoning ordinance. Worst comes to worst if you're not able to enforce it through tickets.
And that's my concern. I mean, on the one hand, I want to allow a new business to come in and operate. On the other hand, I don't want to create an issue for the adjacent property owners and them not really have any sort of a reasonable remedy other than to wait for the city to go through a process that may take 6 months. And that's why I suggested if we could figure out a way to have a very specific permit for this particular applicant and all subsequent applicants, which I would assume that the applicant can agree to compromise and sign and, negotiate anything they want with the city. So why can't we enact an ordinance that allows that and then have allow this applicant to have a specific use permit that's restrictive?
Well, we don't have a process for that in our zoning ordinance, and the zoning ordinance has to apply for everyone. This essentially, then it would just be, it'd be even more specific than spot zoning. It would just be individual zoning,
At the end of the day, there's a lot of things that could go into that building that we would have no say in. And I, for one, don't want a lot of the other choices. So I'm going to make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-36.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion. All those against? Motion passes. On to item H7. Discuss and take appropriate action on Resolution 2025-75, receiving the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, confirming the Commission's review and approval of the draft City of Jersey Village Comprehensive Plan 2025 update document. Rick, this has your name on it. I don't want to ask you to stand back up again. Can I just ask from here that y'all confirmed the comprehensive plan and are presenting it as written? Thank you, sir. For the record, Mr. Faircloth says it was unanimous. Any discussion or motion? Yes, this is just
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 2025-75 to receive the comprehensive plan.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to regular agenda item 8. Consider ordinance 2025-34, adopting a comprehensive plan including future land use, transportation, circulation, and other elements. Austin Blease, City Manager.
Mayor and councilors, this is to adopt the plan. The consultants presented it earlier. Planning and Zoning recommends it unanimously.
Does anybody have any comments or motion?
I'll make a motion, but first I want to, thank Chairman CPUC, Chairman Eric Canal, and all the members of the committee for their time and effort. Like I said, there was multiple meetings. I've been through 2 of these. One was an update to the 2016 plan, and that had its own fun because we had to do everything through Zoom because of COVID. This one obviously took some time, about the same amount of time, and I appreciate having the outside resources that we got through the grant to help usher things along. So thanks everybody. I think it sets forth some great guidelines, and we can prioritize those amongst council, citizens, and staff as well. And I would first make a motion to approve ordinance 2025-34.
I'll second.
Motion is second. All those in favor? Motion passes. Moving on to mayor and council comments. Going to change up a little bit instead of starting at an end and move up the, I guess, like a term, seniority ladder, and start with Simon Hughes.
Just encourage everybody to, with the bond election and the state propositions that are on the ballot, to exercise your right, demonstrate whatever your opinion is, whether you're in for or in favor of any of the bonds. Same for the state propositions. The city will move forward on whatever the voters decide, which I think was the intention, obviously, of the petitioners. So I do encourage everybody to get out and vote.
Thank you. Connie Rossi.
All right. So thank you for this. Thanks to the staff, and including Parks and Rec, for the second annual Brewfest. It looked like a success. Fall Frolic is coming up Friday, October 24th at 6. Pumpkin Carving, Wednesday, October 29th at 6, sponsored by HEB. Dueling Piano is November 7th, so you can sign up for that or get your tickets for that. Sign up for the Turkey Trot. Excuse me. JVSO calendar events on jvso.org. They join up if you haven't already, if you were a senior. And if anyone in JV has any questions, any comments, or hears something about upcoming projects, please send your council members an email or even a text. I receive text messages, which is fine, but it's also good that all of your council members hear from you. I've also gotten a lot of questions and requests to clarify or for clarity, and I appreciate that engagement, and I think my fellow council members would appreciate that too. So if you're emailing one or two, that's fine. I get it, but all of us would like to hear from you. And go out and vote.
Jennifer McCray.
I don't have anything.
Michelle Martin.
I'm going to echo the Fall Frolic on October 24th and the Pumpkin Carving on the 29th. The kids really like that. Also, the Dueling Piano sold out last time, so if you want to go to that, I hear it was a superb event. I also wanted to give a shout out to Courtney. She was elected state board liaison of the Texas Women's Leading Government, which is a big deal. And her chapter won chapter of the year. And I think it continues, and I know I've said this about Austin and his accolades, but we have really good people working for us, like really good. To win this we just keep adding these accolades, and I think it really just shows the caliber of employees we have and why we have such a good backbone here. So congrats.
Drew Lawson.
Caveat to what I'm about to say. present accusations notwithstanding, I wrote these comments earlier. And this was the other day I saw someone use the word corrupt to describe this council. It was on social media. I'm not bringing this up because I'm sensitive to being accused of wrongdoing. Obviously, it happens. But it's because words matter. And people up here volunteer to serve council. We have spouses and kids. Why should I have to explain to them why a person on social media thinks I'm corrupt? Council members have clients and customers, employers, employees, and peers. One council member is a teacher. Would you want your child being taught by someone who's corrupt? Would you want your lawyer to be labeled corrupt? Would you want to hire someone to represent you or your company whom others think is corrupt? Rhetoric like corrupt can be dangerous. Corrupt is not a synonym for doing things that you disagree with. I serve this city, others serve this city, because we want it to be a better place today than it was yesterday. I'm sure, I think we all spend a large amount of time. I think I'm at 20 hours a month, more or less, and it's probably more than that. We volunteer our personal time, and in return, we had a nice shirt once a year and a chicken sandwich before a meeting, each meeting. We take this opportunity to serve our committee, not to lie, cheat, or steal. If you lament why no good people run for office, it's this: unsubstantiated accusations. I'm grateful my kids don't give a darn about next door. Not to be confused with, they give a darn about their next door neighbors. They like them, but the social media next door. Unwarranted vitriol, I can handle. What I can't handle is the repercussions of a hurt reputation, lost opportunities, and subjecting my family to this bullcrap. So, if you disagree with things we do, our vision, our actions, I ask, take it up with us. Or post that you disagree with it. To throw around things like they're corrupt or they're doing something illegal or just whatever, get clarity, because words matter. Thank you.
High five, Drew.
Thank you, Drew.
I don't know how I follow the passion of that. Have to agree very strongly. They've listed several city events. Absolutely come out to the Fall Frolic. The holiday in the village is coming up, which includes a parade. And now is the time that you go visit with your business, your friend that owns a business, the business you own, the band that you know, the youth group, whatever organization, so that we can build some attendance in our parade. If you've ever had the opportunity to go to the Tomball Christmas parade, it is coming up in November. I highly recommend it. I would love to see half of that in Jersey Village. We have the spirit for it. But it's going to take people that are here that care to go out and advocate for it and get others to participate. So thank you very much for your time. We are going to recess the regular session and move to executive session. City Council is now going to retire to closed session at 9:48 p.m. pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551072, deliberations about real property, 55107, consultations with attorney, and Section 551074, personnel matters, pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551072, deliberations about real property, and Section 551071, consultation with attorney, a closed meeting to deliberate the potential and possible purchase, exchange, sale, or value of real property related thereto, and pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, Section 551074, personnel matters, can conduct an executive session in order to deliberate on the appointment employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of the city manager. We will return to open session and continue with the remainder of tonight's agenda after the closed session deliberations are concluded. At 9:49. Going to reconvene the regular session at 11:24. The executive session was convened at 9:57, and the closed session was adjourned at 11:22 p.m. No official action or vote was conducted during the closed session. There is no action to take on item M1 or M2, and we are going to adjourn the meeting at 11:24.